Test, test, yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
As soon as he hits the hammer, you'll be good.
Okay.
Good evening. The workshop meeting of the Tomball Independent School District Board of Trustees is called to order at 5:31 p.m. Before I proceed with our agenda for our workshop meeting, we actually have a special presentation by our students this evening where we will open the meeting with special guests from Grand Oaks Junior High School, Grand Lakes Junior High School, LOTC program. And at the podium is one of our color guard members. So I'll turn the meeting over to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Today on the one-team Tomball color guard line, I want to introduce, on guard, Cadet Sergeant Peterson, Cadet Lance Corporal Taylor, on the U.S. flag, Cadet Sergeant Massey, and on the Texas flag, Cadet Sergeant Baseplug.
Please join me in standing for their presentation.
Today our national anthem is played by Cadet Private Turley. Please remain standing for our pledges. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. You may now be seated.
Parents, before you guys walk out, you should be very proud. We're very pleased to have them here this evening, and so pleased that they represent our community at things like the Chamber of Commerce. And so be very proud, and thank you for being in support of them, and thanks for being here. Thank you. Okay, board, we will now proceed with our agenda. That was special. Dr. Z and Paulette and team, thank you for coordinating that.
Thank you for recommending it. I appreciate it. It's always a joy to hear them and see them.
For the record, a quorum of the board is present. All trustees are in attendance tonight. It's great to see everyone. The meeting is being recorded in accordance with Government Code Section 551.128. The main purpose of tonight's meeting is to receive reports from the administration and review the business agenda for the regular meeting, which will take place tomorrow evening, Tuesday evening. Any action regarding items on the business agenda will be taken at that regular meeting. This is a meeting of the Board of Trustees, and it is open to the public. However, it is not a meeting of the public. Public participation is limited to designated times during the meeting for citizen comment for those that have registered to speak in accordance with board procedures. We ask for your cooperation in ensuring that the meeting runs in an orderly manner. I will now give the floor over to the Superintendent, Dr. Martha Salazar Zamora, Superintendent of Schools, to proceed with recognitions.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pratt, members of the board, those of you in the audience this evening. We will begin our recognitions with the proclamation of Eyes First. I do not see Landon Reed. Do we have a representative from Harris County Precinct 3 with us tonight for the presentation? Well,
We'll catch him on a future
We will
opportunity.
definitely make sure that we come back to that at a better time for them. All right, I'd like to move on to the next recognition, one that I am very excited about. We are very fortunate to have so many outstanding staff members on Team Tomball. But we have 26 very special people that have the title of principal. Their commitment to excellence inspires our entire school community, and they lead with heart, and it shows every day in every way. At this time, I would like to call up our two assistant superintendents, Dr. Mindy Munoz and Dr. George Flores, for the proper introductions.
Well, good evening, Dr. Z, President Dr. Pratt, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, and all of our visitors. We are honored here today to present to you some of the best, brightest, and hardworking here in the state of Texas. October being the National Principal Recognition Month, we have a group of folks that are very special to us and lead our campuses with so much heart and grace. We're just super thankful for them, and we want to take some time to recognize them for their just hard work every single day. So I'm going to start. I'm privileged to be up here to recognize our elementary principals for the 25-26 school year. We are going to start with Canyon Point Elementary School. That is Principal Karina Avila. So Dr. Z is showcasing what's in this amazing box for them. We do have a centerpiece for their office, so they can shine, right? Their names are shining. So we have Creekside Forest Elementary School Principal Treva Mador. From Creekview Elementary School, we've got Principal Chris Winstead. Decker Prairie Elementary School Principal Tammy Sebesta. Early Excellence Academy Principal Miss Claire Compton. Grand Oaks Elementary School Principal Aaron Johnson. Lakewood Elementary School Principal Beth Taylor. Rose Hill Elementary School Principal Gabby Avianeda. Timber Creek Elementary School Principal Dr. Jessica Perez. Tomball Elementary School Principal Melissa Baudois. West Elementary School Principal Mr. Chad Schmidt. Wildwood Principal, Dr. Alexis Vale. Willow Creek Elementary School Principal, Deanna Porter. Please, one more large round of applause for our elementary school principals, Tomball ISD.
President Dr. Pratt, Dr. Z, members of the board, cabinet, and guests. Tonight, I'd like to take a moment to shine a spotlight on our extraordinary 13 secondary principals. These principals are not just administrators. They're visionaries, mentors, problem solvers, and fierce advocates for every child and every staff member on their campus. They navigate complex challenges, drive instructional excellence, and works tirelessly to serve every single one on our secondary school campuses is in a place of safety, growth, and opportunity. Tomball High School, Dr. Kim McKinney. Tomball Memorial High School, Jennifer Collier. Tomball West High School, Kevin Williams. Tomball Star Academy, Dr. Victoria Brinkman. Tomball Connections Academy, Bob Frost. Tomball Junior High School, Charlie G. Creekside Park Junior High School, Tara Bailey. Grand Lakes Junior High School, Jackie Santos. Tomball Intermediate School, Tylene Hicks. North Point Intermediate School, Holly Searcy. West Intermediate School, Dr. Caitlin Kane. And unable to be in attendance with us tonight, Oakcrest Intermediate School, Sarah Rush. And go ahead, you can clap. And Willowwood Junior High School Principal, Dr. Kelly Marciando. Please join me in congratulating these leaders one more time.
Thank you again to all of our incredible campus leaders. You exemplify true leadership each and every day, so thank you to all of you. Next, we do not have any public comments, Dr. Pratt, so let's keep going. We have our public hearing, State Financial Accountability System, otherwise known as FIRST. Zach Bowles, our CFO, will lead us in our public hearing. Mr. Bowles.
Just a second. Wrong one.
Too many reports tonight. This one? Hang on, he's good. There we go. All right. Well, good evening, Dr. President Dr. Pratt, Dr. Salazar-Zamora, members of the board. As required by the Texas Education Agency, the district is required to hold a public hearing to discuss the results of the 2025 first rating, and that is the Financial Integrity Rating System of Texas. And so when we talk about first, the report itself is going to focus on the audited and analyzing the audited financial statements from the 2023-2024 fiscal year. So it's a year look back and taking a look at that data and all their calculations. And so the first is going to focus again on 21 indicator questions that are aimed at evaluating the financial condition of every district across the state of Texas. And so from that report, there is a full detailed report that you all received as the board. It is also posted on the district's website as required by the state. And so it does detail the information and each indicator question and the results of that. But for tonight's information, we're going to stick to really a high-level overview of the one that we lose points on as a district. But that first report, along with the 21 indicator questions and the results there, it also includes the contract for the superintendent, as well as any potential reimbursements that the board may have received throughout the course of the fiscal year. And so if you notice in the report, you'll see that show up as a 0 for everyone. That's because the district has recently switched over to utilizing the district's ability to pay for conferences, hotels in advance, rather than doing any type of reimbursement process. So that may be a little bit different than what you've seen in previous first reports before. The history for the district, and when it comes to the first rating, is that Tomball ISD has received a superior achievement rating from TEA every year that the first rating has been in effect. So since 2002, the district has received a superior rating, and that just means that we've passed, but we've also scored high enough on the first report that we've received that rating. And basically, a superior achievement is going to reflect an A rating under the financial rating system. From a scoring standpoint, the first rating is based on a 100-point scale, and it takes all of those critical and ceiling indicators as well into account. When we talk about critical and ceiling indicators, that just means if you were to fail one of those individual indicators, there's going to be a cap placed on how high your score can be. So if you fail one, it may be capping you at the most you can receive is a C, a 79, or a B, an 89. No matter how much or how well you score on any of the other indicators, those ceilings are going to restrict how high you can score on the first report. Tomball ISD, again, we passed all critical and ceiling indicators, no problems there, and we actually received a score of 98 out of 100 points. For every year that the accountability system's been in place since 2002, we've scored either a 98 or higher, 100, on every single one of those first reports. And so we really only are losing 2 points when it comes to one specific indicator, and that is indicator question number 12. And what that one looks at is the correlation between future debt requirements and the district's assessed property values. And so it's trying to determine, what does that look like as far as your debt to taxable values, and to make sure when the scores are taken into consideration, it's setting a range of what they consider acceptable, and then from there on, looking at if you're higher than a certain factor, then you're going to see a reduction of points as you move through the scales. So for Tomball ISD, we received 8 points. That's because our future debt requirements to our property values falls in the range between 4 and 7. Actually, our factor there for the 23-24 fiscal year was a 5.03. So we're well within that range of the 8 points. Because we're a fast growth district, we continue to need to add facilities, build facilities. In doing so, that requires additional debt. But at the same time, Tomball ISD has a growing tax base. It has been and continues to be growing in our area. And so knowing that we're still continuing along the path of a fast growth district, we've still got to add additional facilities. I don't see us creeping back to the 10-point range for a little while, but at the same time, we're right in the middle, or squarely in the middle of that 8-point range, to where I don't see that, even with what we've got to do as far as building for future needs, that's going to put us at risk of dropping any additional points. Because you do have things that are going to factor into the calculation there, with whether it be the repayment of debt over time, the issuance of new debt, or growth in the tax base. All of those 3 factors are going to come into play every single year, and so this is going to continue to fluctuate, and depending upon what we have happening with repayment of debt, issuance of new debt, the growth in the tax base, that factor is going to still, in my opinion, and what we see in the future, going to remain within that 8-point range for us. So don't feel threatened with losing any additional points to indicator number 12. Again, we don't focus in this presentation on all of the other individual indicators, just because we're continuing to either pass the ceiling indicators, or we're scoring to where we're receiving every other point available for the district. So we focus on that one where we lose points and the reasoning why. And as a public hearing, this would be the point where we would open it up for any taxpayer and any community member that may have a question over the first report. Availability to answer any questions that anyone may have. Okay.
Hey, Zach, it'd be awkward if somebody didn't ask a question, so I'm going to.
Yes, sir. It's your turn.
First report. What were the results for Tomball ISD on the first report? What was Tomball ISD's rating?
We had an A rating, superior achievement, with a score of 98 out of 100.
So that superior rating being the best?
Yes.
Okay. So I get it. We're competitive here. 98 out of 100. We're always striving for excellence, and 100 out of 100, it definitely represents that. Does this 98 out of 100 matter in terms of our credit rating, our Moody's rating, or our S&P rating? Is there any effect or correlation between these two?
The rating agencies may briefly look at it in some respect, but in a whole, they're looking more at financial management practices. They're looking at the financial condition of the district. So because the first rating is a review of the financial condition of the district, they may pull that into their review process, but a lot of it has to do with looking at our audited financial report. They're also looking at our comprehensive annual financial report as well.
Okay, so a factor, but likely a 98 out of 100 is not going to have a material difference in how they view the credit rating, which we value highly as a board, working with the superintendent and you, right, on making sure that we're going out in the market, getting the best possible, and saving the taxpayers' dollars. Last question. It's a two-part question. How many school districts are there in Texas that were in the first report, and how many received a superior rating?
So every district in the state is part of the first report.
1,200.
As well as charter schools as well, so over 1,200.
Okay.
I do not have a number for you as far as how many were superior achievement.
Okay.
I can find out that information, though.
Yeah, I think it's probably a small subset, right?
It may be higher than what you think.
Okay. Thank you, Zach.
Yes, sir. So going a little bit further along those lines, any other questions from the board before I move on?
I'll chime in just a little bit. So Zach, Tomball ISD has received the superior rating since 2002.
That's correct.
Okay, so that's like 23 years?
Yes.
Okay, just confirming that. And then I think it's worthwhile just to at least mention indicator 13, right? So the district's administrative cost ratio. So the administrative cost ratio, we have consistently been below what the state has allowed as a range for a school district our size, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And what the state has allowed in that area hasn't changed for a few years?
It has not. So they take a look at administrative costs as a percentage of costs in specific functions of categories. So like instruction, guidance counseling.
Right.
There's a few functional areas of expenditures that they calculate administrative costs against. And so the range that they have held for districts our size has not changed in quite a while. They are actually changing that indicator, the way that they do the calculation, in the 25-26 report.
Okay.
They'll actually, the way they're going to look at it now is administrative costs against all expenditures of the district.
Okay.
But again, when I looked at that, the change overall, I think right now for districts our size, to receive all 10 points, you have to have an administrative cost ratio of less than 8.55%. When they make that change in the next year, they're going to reduce it down to 8%. But again, your denominating factor, it grows quite a bit.
Right.
And so I don't expect any issues there. We're going to be well below that.
So based on what the state says is acceptable for a school district our size, we consistently are under their
Yes.
guidance and earn the full 10 points.
I don't believe in the history we've ever lost points in that area.
Yeah. Okay. I did want to kind of go back on another thing that you and Michael talked about. So with you indicated that the national rating services that are out there, Moody's, S&P, and Fitch, that there's no direct correlation to what they come up with their rating and the first report. However, there are some indicators in the first report that would be indicative of a school district that's doing well financially,
Yes.
handling their financial business. But we have received AA plus status from these different, the equivalent, I guess you could say, from these different national rating agencies, right?
Yes, sir. So I'm going to
You going to talk about that a little more?
I will.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
sir.
Okay, that's it then. I'm good.
So as you were mentioning, the first report is sort of our opportunity to talk about the achievement of the finances of the district, but at the same time, we have other achievements that we've received as a financial department, as the finances of the district when it comes to financial reporting. And so beyond a superior rating with the state of Texas, our team in finance, led by our director of finance, Becky, she and her team go above and beyond when it comes to participating and submitting our financial information off to the Government Finance Officers Association, so GFOA, as well as ASBO, the Association of School Business Officials. And so we do this as it's a district option to go out and put together additional information, additional statistical information to go along with our audit report that's required by the state. But that's all in the goal of these two organizations is to ensure that we're going above and beyond the minimum requirements to provide additional transparency, information of use to the end user, whether it's at the local level as a community member or with the credit rating agencies as they review districts. We want to make sure that we're putting out helpful information. And so with both GFOA and ASBO, Tomball ISD has been participating in that program for quite a while, where they go through and review our reporting on financials. And so for the last 26 consecutive years, we've received the award or the Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. And with GFOA, only 86 districts out of the state of Texas were awarded this last year, and with ASBO, only 63 districts in the state. Now, that doesn't mean that all 1,000 are participating, but of the districts in the state of Texas, we're one of those few that are gaining that certificate of excellence. This is what you were mentioning as far as our credit rating goes. Tomball ISD maintains a AA plus rating with Standard & Poor's, Moody's Investor Services, as well as Fitch ratings. And so those are the credit ratings when we go out to issue debt, to do refundings, to do any type of financial transaction when it comes to the issuance of bonds. They're issuing a rating that also helps us to minimize or reduce down the amount of interest that we're paying on the debt, as well as generate investor interest to go out there and help reduce interest rates across the board. And so what we see on average over time has been that AA plus rating over a AA rating gives us about 5 to 7 basis points of savings when it comes to the interest rates. So that's over time, that would correlate to a large amount of money. I don't have exactly what that number is, but that's what we see on average when we look at deals that are pricing around the same time as ours and looking at what their underlying rating is for their individual district. In the state of Texas, again, looking at the number of school districts that carry a AA plus or higher rating with any of those 3 rating agencies, the number is pretty slim. But the number that I don't have up there, and this is our last look, is that of all the districts in the state of Texas, Tomball ISD is one of 5 school districts that hold a AA plus or higher rating with all 3 rating agencies. And we did have that AA plus rating reaffirmed this summer in June when we went out to issue the first sale of the bond 2025 debt. But beyond...
Hold on. We got to applaud on that one, folks. Come on. This is a big deal, Dr. Z. I don't know how you communicate this, but I'd love to see the communications department punch out something. We're only one of 5 and 1,000 plus that have blah, 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 and what that correlates to in saving our taxpayers' dollars.
I see Justin working on it right now.
This is a complicated slide. No one's going to really get it, but this is a big deal.
Yeah, it truly is, and worthy of huge applause.
So I just finished writing a statement to our taxpayers as a part of the letter that's going out, and in that certainly highlight our A rating in academics and our A rating in financials, and I point to what this is summarizing, and that is we are saving taxpayers' dollars because of the strong financial practices. And so this is a big deal, and I just can't let you keep going in this presentation without acknowledging it. So thank you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
And I want to go back too and just reiterate. I mean, it's like you said, it's financial practices, right? So number one, you're submitting your reports so somebody else, independent third party, can review them and say, are you fairly presenting the information? Then you've got clean audit, so you got auditors coming in, testing, and saying, yep, your financial reporting matches what we actually find, right? And then we get to see that not only that, but it comports with all of what the state is requiring of us. Right? So we've got a nice bow around all that. And then to top it off, we save our taxpayers 70 basis points. Is that what I heard?
5 to 7.
5 to 7?
7 basis points.
Okay, 5 to 7 basis points. Okay.
So, I wish it was 70.
Yeah, I do too. I thought I heard 0.7 there, but okay. So that's material, like you said, when you're talking about bond sales that are in the hundreds of millions of dollars, that's material dollars to the district. So,
and our bonds sell out almost as fast as tickets to the patriotic show.
With a premium.
Our bonds sell with a premium almost as fast as the football tickets for the patriotic show.
Yes. Very good. All right, I'll wrap this up. I got a couple of last ones to talk about here. And so you talk about financial practices. So what we also do beyond the financial reporting and just the data, we want to ensure that we're operating under the most effective best practices, that we're following all state, federal, local compliance laws, regulations. And so we also, by choice, again, this is not something that every district has to do, but something that we choose to do. And that's, we submit additional information off to the Texas Association of School Business Officials to have them review our financial management practices, as well as our procurement practices. And so for the last few years, we've started to participate in this. We received last year our first recognition for excellence in financial management. That was our first year. It was also our first year submitting it, and we'll continue to do so on a yearly basis. And then the Purchasing Award of Merit, last year we received that for the second consecutive year. We just haven't gotten the notification yet that we've gotten it again. And so we expect that to happen. But that Purchasing Award of Merit, again, looks at our practices as a district and how they compare to making sure that they're in compliance with all state, federal laws, but also best practices across the state, and what we should be doing, and looking at efficiencies and things of that nature. And so, again, small percentage of districts that receive the awards, not to say that every district participates, but we choose to as another level of review of what we do in our operations. All right. Any additional questions?
So are these represented in forms of plaques, or you receive something in the form of all these logos that you just shared?
They're plaques, yes.
Okay, where are the plaques? Where are
They're in the finance department.
they? Okay, let's get those out and bring them into the boardroom.
Just
Let's
line them
figure
up.
out, I don't care where you put them.
There's
Let's
a
put
few.
them
Put
on,
in the case.
let's put them on display somewhere for a period of time, like a traveling museum roadshow. Let's bring them out.
I'll put them
I want to see them, and let's put them on the wall, whatever we need to do, much like our niche, A rating, all this. Let's get it out. Let's celebrate this. Please. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zach. If you'll remain, we're going to go into reports. You happen to be the first one up. Investment report, I'll let you take it away.
All right. Well, in accordance with board policy, the next presentation is going to be a review of our 24-25 annual investment report, and it'll be a focus, or a high-level focus, on the investment activities of the last fiscal year. So prior to the meeting, as the board, you've already received a very detailed packet regarding our investment report, or our annual investment report, and that contains information on the legal requirements of the district and how do we invest funds, as well as the required annual actions of the board, benchmark comparisons, end of year changes in the district's portfolio, a review of the 24-25 strategies, and what may be changing in the new year. That report you've already had, but for the community, after the meeting tomorrow, so we also post that to our district's website every year, and so that information is available for the community to see, but we wait until after the presentation to the board to release that one. From a legal standpoint, every school district in the state of Texas is required and must, it says shall, but shall is also must, comply with the Public Funds Investment Act, and that's under the Texas Government Code, Chapter 2256. And that ensures that you're following not only the Public Funds Investment Act, but also any additional federal, state, local statutes and regulations. And so at the local level, the district has board policy CDA, both legal and local. The legal side of that just documents all of the mandatory requirements under the Public Funds Investment Act. At the local level, that's further defining things like our investment authority, investment strategies, what are acceptable investments, and the internal controls surrounding investment of district funds. On top of the legal side of it, with what we can and can't do with district funding, There's the annual requirement of the board, which all three of these things are going to be on the agenda for your approval and review tomorrow evening. But one is that the board shall review the district's investment policy and strategies annually and adopt a written resolution stating it's reviewed the policy and document any changes that are being made. We're not recommending any new changes to the investment policy or strategies, so there's no changes that we're presenting to that. In addition, the board must approve an independent source or sources for investment training required to be provided to the district's investment officers. As a requirement under the Public Funds Investment Act, every investment officer is required to have 8 hours of training every 2 years. So that includes myself and Claudia Munoz. We have to complete that every 2 years. When I took over as CFO following Jim, I was required to have 10 hours in the first year. And so now I'm moving into the 8-hour requirement. Typically in the past, we have utilized the Texas Association of School Business Officials. We've used Region 4 as well as TASB and TASA to provide those trainings. So we follow along with, they're following along with everything required by the Public Funds Investment Act, and so they're the ones that we have typically gone to. So we'll again present those same resources for training to the board for approval. And then the final piece that the board has to do annually is to designate or shall at least annually review, revise, and adopt a list of qualified brokers that are authorized to engage in investment transactions with the district. And so we're putting together that listing of primary brokers, national or regional brokers, as well as any independent brokers as well. And so we've put together that listing. You've seen that in the backup there. That listing has not changed. We've added some in there for clarification, like TexPool, as well as Texas Class, Public First, I think is Texas Class, First Public. And so those are all listed there as far as who we would be authorized to use for investment purposes. When we get into the review of the actual investment activities for the prior year, the 24-25 fiscal year, I want to take one step back and look at what we saw in 23-24. And so the federal funds, or the Fed, had held rates really steady for basically the entire year, from July to June. Above 5.25% was the Fed's rate. And so what we try to do is we try to get to as close to that as we can. We look at the Fed funds, the Treasury bills, and TexPool as our benchmarks because they represent the risk appetite for the district, as well as just the way in which what they're investing in is in alignment with what the district allows in our policies. So we're trying to hit those benchmarks every year. And so you'll see that the average rate of return for Tomball ISD in 23-24 was at 5.23%, just over that. And so we were very close to the Fed funds as well as the others. We were there in comparison. When we look at 24-25 and you go to that average rate of return for the district, you'll see that it's dropped almost a full percentage point. And so now instead of 5.25%, you're down to 4.25%. Well, that's reflective of the rate cuts that the Fed made throughout last year. They dropped a full percentage point from July through June. And so the reflection of that is in our average rate of return is really what occurred there with the Fed lowering their rates. And then you'll see there's a different rate of return for each month. Some of that's going to be dependent upon what we have for cash flows that we're able to invest, what we need to keep in cash for liquidity sakes, for being able to pay vendors, pay our payroll, or make our payroll as well. So we can't leave everything fully invested in TexPool all the time. We have to have cash actually in the bank to make sure we're paying our bills. Year by year, you can see that if we jump back to 21-22, interest rate revenue was very low, very slim. And then in 22-23, everything sort of began to tick up. That's when the Fed started to raise their interest rates, and peaking there in 23-24. And so At that peak in 23-24, we generated a little over $25 million in interest, with the bulk of that being tied into capital projects. That's because we had a lot of bond funds available. We were, at that time, moving through bond projects. So we've sold the bonds. They're in the bank earning interest, but at the same time, you're paying off the projects and the vendors as they complete the work. So a little bit of twofold with 24-25. You had the reduction in the Fed rate by a full percentage point, but at the same time, we're completing some of these bond 2021 projects and getting further along into the major ones like Tomball West High School. So the spend down of the funding that's available to be invested means that we're having less dollars that are available to be invested. So you see a big reduction in the capital projects fund, but that's just because as we've completed the projects, there's less money to invest. From a portfolio standpoint, again, looking back at the prior year, that snapshot on June 30th of 2024, we're very simplified. It's either cash or it's invested in a investment pool. The reason being for that is because we've got to ensure that we at all times maintain liquidity to ensure that we're paying our bills, whether that be payroll or paying our vendors that are completing supplying materials and services or construction on our facilities. So the prior year was very, very simplified there, and you'll see the 87.5% in the investment pools. And really, as a snapshot, this is going to fluctuate year over year because depending upon what we needed to be in cash to support the payments that we had going out the door to vendors or from a payroll standpoint, that's going to fluctuate on a yearly basis. So when we move into our snapshot in June of 2025, you can see a shift there. We didn't need as much in the bank in cash, and so we were able to have a large majority, or 94.5% of that, truly invested, earning interest in our investment pools. But at the same time, in 24-25, we initiated some CDs with Prosperity Bank in order to try to lock in some of the longer-term rates as we saw the Fed starting to make rate cuts. That gave us the ability to lock in some longer-term rates with funding that we could set aside that we didn't need in our daily cash flows. On a month-by-month basis, you can see how this fluctuates. Again, this is a snapshot as of the end of each month, but you can see the amount that's held in cash versus invested in the investment pools. Our goal is to always keep as much in the investment pools as possible, keep it out of cash at the bank, but you get into time periods where you're heavy in the tax season, where we're getting a lot of property tax revenue in, so we're trying to keep that money moving in and out of cash at the bank, dependent upon what we need at the time, but making sure that we're not holding it there and we're taking advantage of every opportunity to maximize our interest income. So in 24-25, our investment strategy, again, we always focus on three guiding principles. The first and foremost is the safety of principal, and that's to ensure that we're not putting any district dollars at jeopardy. We're not going out there doing anything risky that's going to put us at risk of losing money in any way. And then we have to take into consideration our liquidity needs. And then the last concern of the district really is that interest rate of return. We want to make sure that we get as much as we can in interest income, but we don't want to risk our liquidity needs that we have, as well as any potential risk to our principal. So we did not make any purchases of government agencies during the year, and again, our strategy there was to monitor that we had everything that was in the bank could be collateralized, so that those banks and those investment pools are also safeguarding our funds, and that we were maximizing the use of the investment pools throughout the year. So With the Fed continuing and the expectation that they're going to continue to cut rates as we move through the rest of this calendar year, but also as we move through the rest of the fiscal year in 25-26, we're going to continue to try and maximize the use of the investment pools, but at the same time look for opportunities to take advantage of additional CDs, short-term investments that we know we can put money into that can come back to us when we need it, and really manage that to take advantage of locking in some longer-term rates while we know that the overall interest rate environment is going to continue to decrease in the future. Any questions?
Yeah, I'll jump in then. So first off, I think you oversimplified your treasury management operations, but your graphs and charts were great. Appreciate that, but I know there's a lot to keeping up with liquidity, but at the same time trying to get that rate of return. I do want to take you back to the slide that you were showing for the investment rate of return. Yeah, this one. So when we looked at the 23-24, we see the spread between, say, what we did and these other indexes or these other items that you're benchmarking against. We see the spread relatively close.
Right.
When we get to 25 or 24-25, we see that spread kind of open up some more. And I was curious if that was because we were having to keep more in liquid because we were, paying out to the vendors as construction was going on. But what caused the little bit of a spread?
So you're right on with that. So throughout 24-25, we were paying out a lot more from the funds that we had available for bond 2021 projects. Mm-hmm. So we were dwindling down on that so much. That's really what's pulling the spread away more so, because you'll see there are consistencies with where you see lower rates of returns on a month-by-month basis between each year, but the amount of it was a little bit more impacted because of what we were sending out the door and needing to keep in cash at the bank.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Appreciate that very much, Zach. Our next report is the accountability report. Dr. Michael Webb, our Chief Academic Officer, will lead us in the next few reports.
All right. President Pratt, Dr. Zamora, members of the board and cabinet, I am happy to present this evening the annual accountability report, which actually will be comprised of 3 years worth of accountability. The suspension on accountability ratings in the state of Texas is now lifted. 2023's our ratings from 2023 were released in the spring. Our official ratings for 2024 were also released in the spring, and then in August we received our official ratings for 2020-25. So the accountability system in Texas is commonly referred to the A through F system. The A through F system is applied to all public school districts and campuses, and it evaluates districts and campuses' performances in 3 domain areas. Domain 1, student achievement. Domain 2, student progress. And then Domain 3, closing the gaps. Texas accountability system in Domain 1 is an assessment of the district's degree of proficiency based on the STAR exam for students in grades 3 through 8. Domain 2 is the better of Part A or Part B. Part A is student growth, also based on the STAR assessment, or the relative performance of the campus against other campuses that are similarly situated based on students, on the enrollment of students with economic disadvantage. Again, the core data source for Domain 2 also is the STAR exam. Domain 3 is closing the gap, which measures performance between student groups. The 2 data sources for Domain 3 are the STAR and the TELPAS for grades 3 through 8. You'll see additional data sources for high schools and the district within each of the domains. Domain 1 for the high school and district also will include our performance within CCMR and our graduation rate. high school and the district CCMR and graduation rate also factors into Domain 2 as well as in Domain 3, closing the gaps. Part of the A through F system also recognizes or provides distinctions for the top 25% of campuses. Among 40 campuses with similar demographics, the areas of distinction include math, science, ELA, social studies, post-secondary readiness, closing the gaps, and social studies. So when we take a step back and look at the wide view, 70% of our accountability rating is based on domains 1 and 2. And again, grades 3 through 8, that is solely performance based on the STAR. Domain 3 factors in 3 through 8, TELPAS and STAR, and then of course the other factors of CCMR and the graduation rate for high school and the district rating. So you take a step closer, then look at domain and domain 2, domain 1 and domain 2. I've added a look just at the high school rating system within domain 1 and domain 2 that includes all of the data sources. So CCMR accounts for 44% in domain 1, STAR also for 44% or 40% in domain 1, and then 20% is graduation dropout. Domain 2 again is split, 50% CCMR, and then the better of the two, growth, individual student growth or performance of that campus relative to other campuses of similar economic disadvantage. Enrollment is 50% of domain 2. For domain 3, you'll see factoring in 30% of CCMR, 10% graduation, 10% TELPAS, and then 50% of this rating for high schools are based on the STAR assessment. So I'm very pleased to present and would like to commend every school leader in this room, every director in this room, that for 2023, Tomball ISD received an A rating. For 2024, Tomball ISD received an A rating. For 2025, Tomball ISD received an A rating. In addition to the overall A rating, we moved from 21 campuses to 23 campuses, which also means an increase in student enrollment, and we went from 9 straight A campuses to 15 straight A campuses. We also remained above 65 distinctions across the district. We now have no C-rated districts, C-rated campuses.
Hold on. That's a big deal, Dr. Webb. So we certainly highlighted in this meeting the importance of finance, but this has been a journey. This is a 10-year journey from where we were good, but this reflects a body of work. It certainly starts with you, Dr. Z, your leadership team, your campus principals, digging into the data, working hard, having the rigor at a student level. This is a big, big deal. This is why my children have been in Tomball ISD. This is why families are moving to Tomball ISD. And so I don't know how the communication department could put this out any louder, but man, we need to be screaming to the rafters, if we haven't already done so, of what this means. And I know you're probably going to show and showcase some different districts and campuses and the like, but this is a big deal, and I'm super proud and just so thankful for what I know has been a 10-year experience in getting to this point. And so congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Pratt. This really is exceptional, but it is because of the exceptional people that are doing the work every single day, on the good days, on the tough days, on the happy days, on the not as happy days. They come. It's the support, it's ancillary, it's every single department, and it's every leader. And I would say every parent and community member that believes that together we're making a difference. 2025, 23 campuses, 15 of those straight A's. Every high school, straight A's. I would challenge anybody to find that in this state. Kenny, that might be something for you to look into, Mr. Cloud. Number of distinctions, so much to be proud of, but it is because of the people in this room that choose to be here. And in many cases, educate their children here as well, if they have school-age children. So proud, so proud.
All right. We are also, Tomball ISD is also the only A-rated district in Harris or Montgomery, or in Montgomery. There's a listing of the school districts here.
I had not heard that.
Yes, yeah. Let me say it again. The only A-rated district in Harris or Montgomery County.
Yeah, I would pause on this screen like Michael was talking about. I mean, wow, right? Wow. And not only that, there's no one biting on our heels right here either, really. I mean, what's 87 is there an 88?
It's 88.
There's an 88. I don't know. Looks pretty good, Martha.
Yeah. So if you zoom out, this is a map, a large swath of southeast Texas. The district that's in gold, even beyond Harris and Montgomery County, the district that's in gold, which is Tomball ISD, is the only district on this map that has an A rating.
I said, that's a really pretty map.
To continue, when we compare Tomball ISD against our competitive districts across the state, Tomball ISD is among the top, earning an A rating with an overall score of 92. When you look at Domain 1, again, we are among the top with a domain score of 92. But when you look at the separation between Tomball and our competitive districts, an 85 for Domain 2A and a Domain 2B, or Domain 2A is relative student growth. Domain 2B is the relative growth of the campus, compared to the other two districts in the top three, which are just slightly below Domain 2 and Domain 2B. Also taking a closer look at closing the gaps, which is Domain 3, Tomball ISD is at 93, and then the other two top performing districts within our comparative group are at 91.
And I think it's important, too, on the comparative group that we describe that a little bit, right? This is not the state saying this is who we're compared to, right, Martha?
In some cases they are, but in others we've just gone to high flyers, high achieving districts that somewhat look like us. They may not be completely like us, but there's something about what they're doing, their body of work, their practices, and their historical data that shows excellence. So we're in great company here. In our region and in our comparative groups, but very proud to be leading the pack.
And I think it's important, like I said, the comparative group is a group of schools that you and the board agree to.
Correct.
As these are the people we want to be like, right? This is who we're going to compare ourselves against.
Correct.
This isn't somebody pulling up, oh, let's just do schools that kind of look like us, or somehow they're kind of like us, and we'll see how we blow them away.
Yeah.
This
No.
is us saying we want to be able to compete head-to-head with all these people.
Correct.
Yeah.
I'd like to conclude with a map of also the state of Texas, and that heart in the map of the state of Texas represents Tomball ISD, and we remain the highest rated large school district in the state of Texas with an A rating of 92 and over 23,000 students.
Hey, so wonderful results. I'm just going to jump in again. I don't know what you describe when you go home and you tell your spouse and your family what you do every day. I don't know what your cabinet does. I don't know what your campus leaders do, but I hope you're conveying to the family and your neighbors and the folks at the grocery store what it is you do, because you are making an impact in student outcomes. And the means that we have to measure it is here. And so super proud. I don't know how you effectively convey what you do day in and day out, but man, if you aren't grabbing that first slide with the table that show A rating, hey, I'm part of that. That's what we're doing. We're having an impact. The future student outcomes, boom. You gotta be super proud.
We are.
Yeah.
We all are.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Are there any questions?
You may have answered them all.
All right. Thank you.
Dr. Webb has the next report as well for the Multilingual Programming Annual Report.
Is this another drop the mic presentation?
It will be wonderful as well, yes.
Dr. Pratt, Dr. Zamora, members of the board and cabinet, tonight I'm bringing to you an annual required multilingual report. This report will be broken down into three components. First, the multilingual program overview, and then an overview of where we are with the two-way dual language, our program at Rose Hill and also at West Intermediate, an academic achievement update, and then also a proposal for the future of dual language programming in school year 26-27. This annual report is comprised of a number of requirements. The first is the disclosure of our programs. Right now we have a dual language program, one-way, pre-K through 6, located at Canyon Point. We have a two-way dual language program, K through 6, located at Rose Hill. We have content-based ESL students from pre-K all the way through grade 12. We have an ESL program that is pull-out at the high school level. And then we have alternative language methods. And this primarily is students with disabilities that are served in special education settings, but have a primary language of a language other than English. Our top 5 languages in the district continue to be Spanish, Vietnamese, Mandarin, Arabic, and Portuguese, 75 languages in total. And then our enrollment currently is bilingual at 1,100 students, ESL 2,260, and alternative language is 57. And again, these are students that are primary speakers of languages other than English, but they are placed in special education settings. So these student groups, bilingual, ESL, and alternative language, is what comprises our emergent bilingual student group. Throughout the presentation, you'll hear me reference emergent bilingual or EB. That means that's a student group comprised of students that are bilingual, served in bilingual settings, that's our dual language, or in ESL grades K through 12, or our students in special education. Our enrollment of emergent bilingual students has drastically increased since 2021, but is mirroring the trends, the enrollment trends of the district, and starting to hold steady. So our enrollment from 24-25 is commensurate to what we saw in 23-24. No significant increases, and actually a slight decrease. The table on your right represents the proportion of emergent bilingual students within the campuses that they are served. So at EEA, about 52% of the total enrollment is comprised of EB students. Canyon Point, about 47%. Rose Hill, 43%. Timber Creek, 23%. Tomball High, 10%. And then Tomball Memorial, 8% of their students are identified as emergent bilingual. So this is a graph of our Texas English Language Proficiency Assessment System. This is how we determine the degree to which students that are emergent bilingual are acquiring English. So when you look at this graph, you'll see on the left-hand side 23-24 compared to the top bar 24-25. What we are trying to do is move students in proficiency levels from beginning to intermediate, intermediate to advanced, advanced to advanced high. So in red, you'll see here we have 378 students that moved from 23-24 to 24-25 from beginning to intermediate proficiency levels of English. You'll see we moved 887 students from intermediate to advanced, and then moved 747 students from advanced to advanced high. The percentage of EB students that are making progress throughout the school year now is at 30% compared to 21% in 2023. These are the number of students that are moving at least one proficiency level. So the reclassification process, so whether the student is served as an ESL student and served throughout all of our campuses, pre-K through 12, or whether the student is bilingual and served at a one-way dual language or two-way dual language, the ultimate goal of these programs is to increase language proficiency in English to such an extent that they are reclassified from the multilingual program, and they no longer carry the label of emergent bilingual. In order to do that on the TELPAS, on that graph I just showed you, those students must achieve a composite score of advanced high. It's listening, speaking, reading, and writing, advanced high on the TELPAS, the composite score. They must also then pass the STAR exam in the area of ELA, plus receive a teacher recommendation. 13% of our EB students this past year met the criteria, so they no longer are identified as EB students, and they are monitored by their LPAC committee for the next 2 years. Part of the annual report also is identified exceptions and waivers. Right now we have one bilingual program exception. That's for students that have a primary language of Vietnamese. This program is served by an itinerant teacher in ESL settings at our campuses. This program has shown remarkable results. The students here you'll see by third grade, so students whose primary language is Vietnamese, that we are serving in ESL classrooms with supplemental support from a Vietnamese teacher. Our students are outperforming the district average in reading at the third grade, in approaches, in meets, and masters. And this positions them very well for that ultimate reclassification goal that we're shooting for, once they also gain proficiency in English. We have bilingual certification exceptions of 9. These are approximately 9 special education teachers that are serving bilingual students in special education settings. The weight or the degree of their disability is outweighing their language difference, and as a result, an ARD committee, which includes the parents, have chosen that a better setting for them would be a special education setting rather than in a general education classroom setting for dual language. We have 3 classroom teachers that are on an ESL certification waiver, which is down significantly over the past several years. And we have supported over 77% of our teachers, which is about 23 teachers that were not certified in ESL and becoming ESL certified. The students served, so if you look at the purple box, the students served through alternative methods is 57. Those are the students that are comprised of those 9 teachers that we have identified in the blue box, which require the waiver. All special education teachers. Multilingual has done an exceptional job led by Dr. Moreno in impacting the academic achievement of the district for students that are identified as EB, but also really transitioning our professional development plan. This is our first year in which we have been able to bring back EB teachers. Before our typical start date, we were able to pay them and bring them back for an advanced 3-day training specifically on strategies and structures for serving EB students. We are continuing to prepare for the new English proficiency standards, the ELPS, which are very similar to what the TEKS are in English proficiency, that will be unveiled in 26-27. Dr. Moreno's done a fantastic job in helping support teachers who were not certified in classrooms to get their ESL certification. That's 77% of the teachers just last year. And we will offer 15 multilingual sessions at our next, we offered 15 at the Fall Collaborative, and we'll offer that many or more at the Spring Collaborative. And then here it is, here's the question. So what's the outcome of the of the various services we have for EB students, of the professional learning that we have for EB students? And across the board, meets and masters, you see double-digit increases in Spanish reading in grades 3 through 5. When you look at our competitive districts, in their performance only of emergent bilingual students in English and in Spanish, We again rank at the very top in comparison to all of our competitive districts, and we are at the top in comparison to the region. I want to move over to two-way dual language. Our current cohort in two-way dual language are current sixth graders at West Intermediate School. This is our leading cohort who helped start the two-way dual language at Rose Hill. The question 7 years ago in kindergarten is, what is the impact? What is the value of two-way dual language? And one, it is creating a biliterate student who is proficient in both English and Spanish. But beyond becoming biliterate, the promise of dual language programming and proficiency in two languages is that it impacts performance in non-language areas, such as science and math. So the question for the past 7 years has been, does two-way dual language programming, in addition to creating biliterate students, increase academic achievement in the non-language content areas? And we now have that answer. So if you look at the students in blue, this includes all the students in two-way dual language who are non-EB and who have reclassified already and who are being monitored. This includes students who started the program with their primary language of Spanish. Without any doubt, in science and in math, when we look at the MEETS proficiency level, we see substantially higher performance of of non-EB and monitored students in both science and in math in grade 5 from our leading cohort. This is compared to the dual language overall average, the district average, the state average, and the regional average. In addition, at the end of this year, approximately 220 students will be positioned that are coming from one-way dual at Oakcrest and one-way dual at West Intermediate to test and then earn a LOTE credit before they enter a LOTE high school credit before they enter the 7th grade. So when we look specifically at Rose Hill Elementary, I have presented a similar presentation over the last 18 months. And where are we with our enrollment at Rose Hill Elementary with two-way dual language, and then where are we now at West Intermediate? So when you look at Rose Hill Elementary overall, about 66% of those students are identified as participating in two-way dual language. Ranges from about 69% in kindergarten to 61% in grade 4. But the number that is becoming a challenge at Rose Hill is the overall enrollment of Rose Hill. So it's not only the success and the growth of two-way dual, it's also the rapid enrollment growth of that area of our community. So right now we are setting at 772 students. The capacity of that campus is 866 students. We are very close to capacity at Rose Hill. When you look at West Intermediate, you'll see a little bit different of a picture. The percentage of two-way dual language at West Intermediate is about 32% overall, and then ranges from 34 to 45% for grade 5 and grade 6. Again, it's commensurate with what you see at Oakcrest and also then at Canyon Point. So the proposal for 26-27 is to create a Cougar or a red bilingual feeder pattern which will host a one-way dual language program, which will be determined once we have the 2025 fall demographic report. We are in need of a red feeder pattern to serve students that are emergent bilingual. Rose Hill now is a gold school, feeds into West Intermediate, and then will feed into Tomball West High School. Expanding the program is needed because of the number of EB students that require the service, but then again, because of the overall enrollment at Rose Hill, will be approaching capacity next year. The expansion to the red feeder pattern of a one-way dual language program will also create a cost-neutral expansion. We will be able to decrease the number of students participating in two-way dual language at Rose Hill because the students that are currently going to Rose Hill that are emergent bilingual, that are zoned to Tomball Intermediate, would then return back to a red elementary, and then they would go to their home intermediate school. This also then would position the district for growth within dual language programming and for any future growth for EB students. So then if you look at what the proposal is for 26-27 dual language, you see the gold feeder feeds from Rose Hill to elementary, Rose Hill to West Intermediate. The Wildcat feeder would go from Canyon Point to Oakcrest as it is now. And then once the fall demographic report is released, then we would be able to determine which red elementary school would then feed into Tomball Intermediate. With 3 high school feeder patterns and a two-way dual language program and a campus that's approaching capacity, the district is in need for a third dual language program to mirror the high school feeder. So if you look at what Rose Hill would look like next year, would have an enrollment about 774. Only, however, 45% of those students would be participating in two-way dual language. That would be a reduction of about 24% of two-way dual language at Rose Hill. Canyon Point and Oak Crest would stay the same. One-way dual language at Canyon Point is about 45%. And then once the red elementary school is determined, we feel very confident that the percentage of one-way dual at that campus, whichever campus it is, will be about 40% or below. Questions? Can I answer?
I'm full of them. You got some too?
Go ahead, Mr. McStrath.
Okay, so let me go backwards here real quick. So, Dr. Webb, you were showing the Rose Hill slide for what 26-27 would look like for it. Okay. Actually, it's one of the last slides you showed. Are those numbers anticipated based on not having to change attendance zones?
Correct.
Okay.
We would be removing, we would not change attendance zones.
So we eliminate, well, we don't eliminate, but we're reducing a portion of the two-way dual language
Correct.
enrollment, but that will be filled by gen ed students just from naturally within the boundary of the current boundary line to the school.
That is correct.
Okay. Let's go back and talk a little bit more conceptually about if we are touting the benefits of two-way dual language, why would we start a one-way in the red? Why not look at two-way?
That's a great question. That's one that we have been going back and forth, but I think we also have to consider the cost of a two-way dual language program within our current environment.
Okay.
I do believe that positioning a red feeder pattern of one-way dual language would allow us to create a two-way dual language at any point in the future. But next year, when it is our goal to deliver a balanced budget, I don't know if the district would be positioned to then also expand to two-way dual language next year.
So I'd love, as we continue the discussion on how we go forward with a red program, red bilingual program, I'd love for you to be able to give us the pros and cons of the two-way versus the one-way. I mean, there was, in the very beginning, Valerie Petrozelka was passionate about the two-way, as you were.
Sure.
We've seen now with our own data that our students are performing well under the two-way. For our students' sake, I think we need to think about it, and we need to make a conscious decision whether we're all in on two-way or if we're okay with one-way. I mean, I get what we're saying here.
And there are benefits to both.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't bring something that we didn't feel strongly about that we can make a very successful program. But I think when we show you what that looks like following through,
Right.
it's exceptional. And so we want to be able to have an exceptional two-way and one-way. Can you go to the next slide? The next two. I believe that we can, that's fine. I believe that we can show you ways in which we, together with Paloma and the team, feel strongly that these students will continue to be successful in a program that some of you took a leap of faith. If you recall that conversation many years ago saying, we know this is something that people will literally drive their children to be a part of. And we see that as far as Navasota daily.
So do you think you can get that red line to the dark blue line?
I think that we will continue to try, absolutely.
Okay.
But we'll bring those numbers too. That's part of the whole package as we look at program planning. But we definitely want to see it continue to grow, and we appreciate the support as far as we've already been able to see it grow because of the success, of course. And it's come with, there's been some challenges along the way, right, at the campus level, and what does that mean for the campus and the culture, and kudos to the campus leadership today and before that have worked with that to make sure everybody understands there's a place for everybody, there's a home for everybody at Rose Hill. But very special things are taking place there. And I support a two-way, but I also support one-way. I support dual language.
I just appreciate you giving us some pros and
Yes,
cons
yes, we'll
as
show
we
you
look at
some
this,
reflective
because
thoughts.
I'd like for us
appreciate
to
that.
make an informed decision if we go one way versus
Yes.
two way.
Yes.
I think the main factor that we've been looking at is the success of the program over the past several years would rapidly increase the enrollment at whichever red school this goes to. And the question is there capacity at a Decker Prairie for a two-way dual language?
Because remember,
Probably
you have
not.
to have both.
At
Right.
So
I
At a
got you.
Tomball Elementary,
I got you.
probably not. So it's also the capacity of the red campuses. So if there should be a 13th elementary school, perhaps at that time, they would have sufficient capacity to where we don't overload one school in an attempt just to add two-way dual language, although we all support the success of that program.
some of the, really quick, some of the monitored kids on that blue line are one-way already. So just as a,
Yeah, I
so
got
it's
you.
not just the
I
success is not just two-way.
Well, but it says two-way dual language, either non-EB or monitored. So they would all have to have come out of the two-way dual
Well,
language,
no, yet,
right?
I believe there are a few in there that might be.
these are students who are, that blue line is comprised of bilingual students who are native Spanish speaking, who
Correct.
have reclassified and now are monitored, in addition to the native English speaking students that are in the program.
Correct.
Two-way.
But they all came out of the two-way dual language.
Correct.
Dual language program.
Correct.
I mean, that's what that says. I don't know. I had one more question. Okay, so we go back to the bilingual program exception, okay, which is the one you said for Vietnamese. I guess I don't, two parts. I don't understand why that's an exception. Are you saying because we have the internet teacher rather? But anyways, I don't understand why it's an exception. Number two, if the students are performing so well in the third grade, then how quickly can we move through the process of taking them from EB to monitored? Can we get there by the fifth grade?
Yeah, they would have to also achieve advanced high composite on the TELPAS. So yes.
Yeah, but I mean,
students
if they're scoring better than our district, the average of our district in an English-based STAR test, right? English-based reading STAR test, they're doing pretty good, right?
they're doing very good in English. The difference in this program is that, well, first of all, we have the numbers of students. We have the number of students that we're required to submit a waiver. We feel confident that our current service delivery model is the best one because of the results that we're getting.
Sure.
So yes, students whose primary language is Vietnamese, and they are served as an ESL student, are reclassifying at a higher rate than other students,
Okay.
at a faster rate.
And how fast can that be, though? I mean, seriously, are we talking, if they're performing like this in third grade, by the time they're in fifth grade, will they be monitored?
So I think, number one, the state of Texas has no proficiency test in Vietnamese. So the degree to which they speak their native language is still somewhat unknown to us. So these students, unlike students that are served in one-way or two-way dual language, there is no time being spent to help develop their native language.
Okay, but
We're working solely on English.
Okay, but I thought
They're not able to they're not eligible for reclassification until the end of, let's see, first. Is that
Correct.
no. So these are third grade students. So they have proved their proficiency in the third grade English reading exam, right? So that would check a box for one of the. Whoop, that wasn't there. That should check the box with respect to the red star thing. So now we have teacher evaluation and then the composite score of advanced high on TELPAS. I guess what I'm wondering is scoring so high on a STAR English reading exam, is that indicative of being able to hit the composite high score for TELPAS?
No, because STAR is assessing reading and writing.
Right.
TELPAS,
In the English language.
In the English language. TELPAS is assessing reading and writing and listening and speaking. There are other components of the TELPAS in addition to reading and writing.
Okay.
So and it is an oral exam. So
a broader
they're
exam.
having to speak, they're having to listen. It's much more than just the being able to demonstrate proficiency of content knowledge.
Okay. Is it indicative, though, that maybe there's a 2-year time period? I'm pushing you for an answer, but I guess I'm just curious.
I don't know that.
Okay.
We
It
could look at
varies.
but
It varies,
I mean,
but
could
it
be.
is somewhat
Certainly
quicker.
something to continue to review.
Okay, thanks.
Mrs. Cracky?
Why is two-way dual language more expensive than one-way dual language? Does it require smaller class
Personnel,
sizes?
staffing,
Okay, certification stuff, okay.
just you need additional people. Basically, that's the largest. There are other factors, but pretty much personnel.
Okay. So I just wanted to echo Mr. McStravick's sentiment. I know the two-way dual language has been very, very popular with native English speakers. I know many of them in my own area, and I want to make sure that we're not reducing the slots available for those families who love the program, whatever the changes are.
Just a couple closing comments on this item. Could you resurrect the slides from 7 years ago and tell us what the warm and fuzzy goal that we had then? And you're saying, hey, we delivered on all those. Show me.
Okay.
Show me what we said 7 years ago, what were going to be the benefits or what we believe to be the benefits, and then how did we do against those? And then what else has emerged that's a pro or a con, so that the rest of the board can benefit from that conversation, and
Right.
then we can build on it for where you potentially want to go next. And so help us with that. The Rose Hill campus identity still remains important to me for the general education students that flow and feed into that school. And so I haven't pulse checked on that lately, but the commitment was that we would, with Dr. Flores's attention, make sure that we're maintaining the Rose Hill community feel for the general education students. And I don't need to deep dive on that now, but what I'd like to ask is, kind of propose this, kind of planting the seed here in this meeting. Let's have a workshop meeting on it.
Sure.
Let's do a deeper dive based on some of the information Mr. McStravick was seeking, what I'm asking for. Let's maybe next month or a future month.
Yep, we can do that.
Let's do a deeper dive on this.
And I just want to echo the comment you made about the Rose Hill identity, and I would say every leader from the time, 7 years plus, has made this a focus. Super proud of the work that most recently Gabby has done, but she did start her leadership there on a solid foundation from leaders before her, but super proud of her campus and their A rating.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we are ready. Thank you so much. I think you're done, Dr. Webb.
All right.
He's still trying to beat the time of Mr. Bowles up there for the longest standing report. I don't think that's going to happen. Not tonight. Next, we're very excited to have both Dr. Mindy Munoz and Dr. George Flores, our incredible assistant superintendents of schools in the Office of School Leadership. They will deliver the 25-26 Tomball ISD first campus improvement plan, followed by Dr. Webb again for the district improvement plan. We have a lot of plans to discuss. They're all really good. So let's get started, guys.
Yes, ma'am. And again, pleasure to be here, Dr. Z, President Pratt, members of the board and cabinet, and our visitors here today. The question might be, how is it that we were able to achieve some of those ratings that was discussed earlier today? And it comes with just serious intentionality and great leadership. And we're going to let you guys into a little bit of what that looks like. So we have a system-wide process, regardless if you're a kindergarten, if you're leading a kindergarten K through 4 campus or an intermediate campus, high school campus. There are some very system-wide things that we continue to look at as we're developing these campus improvement plans. These are not developed in isolation. These are developed in collaboration with various stakeholders, including teachers and specialists. Also with their campus improvement team that would consist of other stakeholders like parents and folks like that. So when we look at our campus improvement plans, you might see some consistencies in some of these bulleted areas that we talked about. The first thing is when you are an A-rated school or come from an A-rated district and have multiple distinctions, you want to continue to stay on top. So it's not easy to design goals when you're at the very, very top because you want to maintain that level of achievement and growth. So one of the first things that our campuses do is they take a deep dive into their campus comparison groups and particularly in that school progress domain. So leveraging like campuses, these campuses are actually, they don't get to pick them. The state tells them which campuses based on enrollment, based on demographics and subgroups, things like that, grade levels that are served. The state will actually give them a campus comparison group of 40. So 40 other campuses across the state that look like them. And they really look at the achievement in those campus comparison groups to ensure that when they're developing their SMART goals, that they are continuously setting goals that are going to have them perform in the top quartile of those campus comparison groups. The second thing is that's really important as they're developing and designing these campus improvement plans is really understanding the state accountability system framework. This is something that continues to change from year to year. The nuances of each domain through targets, again, targets that change from year to year from the state that are given to them as interim targets, long-term targets, current year targets. Those are things that their campus principals really need to know and understand. And we go through a collaborative setting with our principals of what these updates are from the state on meeting what these targets actually are. Also, that last part you see there, the ECR and SCR implications, that's the extended constructed response and the short constructed response, the structured constructed response, implications of what that means. And on the ECR, that would, on the reading language arts assessment, that actually would take up 20% of their overall score on the language arts test. They really understand what that means. Here in Tomball ISD, there is a strong emphasis on the meets and masters level of achievement. If you look at a grid of students where most of our students lie, that starts at the kindergarten level and is maintained all the way up through our seniors in high school. Most of our kids are going to lie on the higher end, the meets and masters level of performance. So we focus really on Tier 1 instruction and making sure that a high percentage of our students are getting very top-notch instruction day to day to be on grade level and above. And then lastly, one of the things that we really focus on is with our leaders, our school principals in particular, is how do we make all these systems go through their leadership. We really leverage our leadership definition competencies. This year, our focus is the competency of strategize, which is really focusing on the intended outcomes by aligning vision and coordinating action. And when you come out of a legislative session, all the different laws and things and changes of policy, we took a deep dive with our campus principals for 3 days out of the summer to make sure that they were up to date on strategizing how we're going to make these things go and also maintain high levels of academic achievement and student performance. So when we look at our elementary schools, there are a few themes that we just wanted to point out for you that would be some consistency throughout the course of our campus improvement planning. Just as a reminder, the campus improvement plans that were before you are things that, those plans start on the first day of school. So in August, when they opened up campus, they're already planning their campus improvement plan for 26-27 on the first day of school. And any modifications and adjustments that they need to make, these documents are something that they go back to and revisit consistently with their campus improvement teams. So theme one, when we look at elementary, at least 80% of our K through 5 elementary kids, we want demonstrating proficiency on a multitude of measures, not just one, but a multitude of them, because we have several that we would take to ensure that this is happening in the area specifically of math and reading. And again, we talked to you a lot about that Tier 1 instruction. What that basically means is what's best instruction for all kids the first time that they see it. When there's learning new concepts, we want to make sure that we're capturing all students with that Tier 1 instruction, and those that need reteach and reassessment of those essential standards, that our teachers are well equipped and well planned to do that. Theme 2, we know that we are working with students that may come to us below grade level proficiency, and for us to cut into that learning gap, we want to ensure that for those students that we've identified early on in August, that they are demonstrating at least a year and a half's grade level growth in a multitude of measures, specifically in that area of math and reading. And we do that through really having a tight, systematic intervention process with ongoing progress monitoring that, again, with our campus leadership teams, we go through that process and make it very tight to ensure that we're monitoring students, and students are not staying in those Tier 3 intervention supports. They're moving into Tier 2 and eventually into Tier 1 as well. And lastly, again, students demonstrating writing proficiency. Writing is a heavy emphasis on our state assessment, but it's also something that we want to build strong readers and writers in our classroom. So with that calibration of really understanding the writing rubric from teacher team to teacher team, grade level to grade level, and fostering authentic, structured writing across the curriculum, with that consistent feedback from the teacher that's not just aligned to the rubric, but also that's just best practices in writing as well. So that's some big ticket items for our elementaries.
Okay, President, Dr. Pratt, Dr. Z, members of the board and cabinet, I will now transition to a review of the strategic themes guiding our secondary campus improvement plans. You'll see like verbiage from elementary, we are very aligned. So to promote authentic writing across all core content areas, our intermediate campuses are continuing to focus on the extended constructed response. This effort will calibrate teacher feedback and integrate this ECR-style writing as a regular, meaningful practice, not just an isolated activity. The next theme is really to boost or continue to boost our meets and masters proficiency by strengthening that initial instruction, increasing depth of knowledge across all core contents, and prioritizing tasks that require strategic thinking over simple recall. And then finally, the last theme in intermediate campuses, there's a focus on continuing to cultivate a stronger partnership with families and the community. Each intermediate campus will increase the quality and frequency of their community services, like informal gatherings and volunteer opportunities, to ensure genuine stakeholder engagement at the elementary campus. Okay, now I will shift the focus to our junior high and high schools. These strategic plans are structured to strengthen both our current academic achievement and post-secondary readiness. The first theme continues to boost meets and masters proficiency while enhancing our PLC efficacy, consistently applying higher depth of knowledge strategies, and fostering greater cross-curricular calibration. This could be supported by moving PLCs from compliance really to digging deeper on research-focused student individual outcomes. The second theme concentrates on increasing the percentage of graduates meeting CCMR measures. Key actions include enhancing our CTE counselor coordination, strengthening CTE recruitment, implementing effective PSAT interventions, and continuing to explain CCMR to our families, because it is a complex thing to meet, and we want to make sure our families and our students also understand how to do that. And then our final theme in junior high and high school is really to align a cohesive school culture by clearly defining and consistently demonstrating the campus core values. So this really is strengthening vertical alignment, not only in academics, but also school-wide behavior expectations. And then this last slide just points out that the success of campus improvement plans really needs a strong district focus and a strong district vision. Our support is clearly defined in 3 main buckets. The district executive team has scheduled Thursday visits on each campus really to talk to the principal about what is the work that is happening right now and how can we support from the district lens. Our amazing school support officers provide direct, focused guidance, including assistant principal coaching. And all of our directors and content specialists help support through very intentional professional development, including PLC and teacher support, all aligned to our district and campus goals. This comprehensive approach supports the district's commitment to providing necessary resources and coaching to all campuses. I will ask if you will hold your questions until after the district improvement plan, and then we'll all be up here if that's okay. Okay. Dr. Webb.
Thank you. I'd like to begin the District Improvement Plan 2025-2026 with a brief review of where we are from last year's District Improvement Plan. We had very strong progress towards every single goal on the improvement plan from 23-24, and we made progress towards all goals, and we exceeded most goals. Foundational literacy. We increased by 2%, trying to increase the number of students that are at or above grade level based on the STAR Renaissance. Again, we were looking and focusing on extended constructed response in the writing process. We increased by 4% on the STAR test in grades 3 through 6 and 3% in grades 7 through 10. We were just shy of meeting the goal in all 3 of these areas, so you'll see a rewritten goal that also is aligned to these goals in this year's District Improvement Plan. In the area of reading, in the area of Spanish reading, we had a very ambitious goal of trying to exceed the MEETS proficiency level by 8%. We did that. We hit 10% in increasing Spanish achievement in reading. PSAT, we're looking for a 2% increase in reading and in math. We increased 3% overall and actually saw a 7% increase in ELA on our PSAT scores. In math, we were shooting for a composite score of 67, and indeed that is what we hit on the A through F accountability system in math, grades 3 through 8, and Algebra 1. In science, we were shooting for a composite score of 64 in grades 5 and grades 8. We exceeded that by a composite score of 66 on the A through F system. Social studies, we increased the competitive rank in grade 8, and we are the top performing U.S. history district among competitive districts, but we did not meet our goal of 72 for the composite score in these areas, even though our progress was very strong in comparison to relative districts. So you'll see this goal come back in 2 different versions in our next improvement plan. Again, you heard about the campus improvement plans in the area of multi-tiered systems of support. This support framework mainly addresses providing teachers and campus leaders a strategic plan and tools to address challenging behavior in the classroom. We have moved away from measuring behavior in the classroom just by simply looking at out-of-school suspension rates or in-school suspension rates. While that is important, what we comprised last year as part of the district improvement plan and part of our biannual survey is we asked teachers 5 questions. Do you have the tools that you need? Do you have the plan that you need? Are you receiving support from your campus administrators and others in regards to challenging student behavior? And in our first year of asking this question, these 5 questions at the beginning of the year and the end of the year, 70% of our teachers rated this response in a favorable manner. I feel well equipped and supported to implement behavioral supports in my classroom. And this second question, I feel support by my school administrators and other staff members in addressing behavioral challenges. This was at 76% favorable rating. Over 3 out of 4 teachers are rating the support by their administrators as very, very high. And although challenging behavior is a challenge, as long as this question is answered in a favorable way, we will continue to make progress in addressing the behaviors that we're seeing in the classroom. So Mark White does an exceptional job at leading our District Improvement Plan Committee over the course of the year. That he organizes our committee to conduct needs assessment based on accountability, based on STAR, and based on what we met and what we didn't meet from last year's District Improvement Plan. He encompasses feedback from content directors, from campus principals, from the district's executive team. And also, with the Campus Improvement Plan and District Improvement Plan this year, we now have over 30 parents that are participating in this process. This process of district improvement planning, while the goals are going to be set and presented to the Board of Trustees tonight, Mark White's work in the District Improvement Plan continues throughout the school year with this committee and continuing to receive feedback on these key indicators that we are working towards. Dr. Munoz and Dr. Flores talked about random acts of improvement with Campus Improvement Plan, and they have aligned. Consistency is a word that you heard before with the Campus Improvement Plans. Moving in one direction, the Campus Improvement Plans complement the District Improvement Plan and vice versa. It also is in line and not a competing interest with the strategic plan. And of course, the outcome, the byproduct of all these plans working in the same direction is our A through F accountability. So to begin the District Improvement Plan 25-26, you'll see we're bringing back a goal around foundational literacy, looking to increase by 5% the number of students identified as intensive from beginning of the year to the end of the year, reducing that number of students identified as in need of intensive support by 5%. When we look at in grades K through 2, in grades 2 through 3, we are looking to increase the number of students not identified as urgent intervention by 2% on a different assessment called the STAR Renaissance Reading Achievement Assessment. And then you'll see us double back on that extended constructed response goal for grades 3 through 6. We increased by 3% last year, just shy of our goal. Now we are working towards a 5% increase, which would be an 8% cumulative increase over the last 2 years of students scoring a 5 or above on the extended constructed response. In order to do that, we are continuing to train teachers in the science of teaching reading. Over the past 4 years, we have internally trained as a district over 64 teachers in the science of teaching reading, which is it's very much equivalent to a graduate course in phonics and phonemic awareness and the foundations of how to teach learners to read. We are continuing to work on our calibration for the extended constructed responses, and this is our first year in which we have adopted materials that are State Board of Education approved to use at the foundational levels for literacy. We are again continue to work on extended constructed responses for grade 7 through and grade 10. We saw a 2% increase. We saw a 4% increase from last year. We are trying to extend that by 3% this year. It'd be a 7% increase over the past 2 years on students scoring a 7 to a 10 on the 7th through 10th grade STAR EOY exam. You'll see a little bit of a variation from this year's goal on emergent bilingual. Last year's goal was focused only on Spanish reading achievement of EB students. This goal is focused on the full umbrella of EB students, which includes students in dual language as well as ESL students. And the mark that we're shooting for is an increase in the meets category by 5 percentage points of all EB students. In order to do this, we have redesigned our curriculum assessments that are our unit assessments that are embedded within our curriculum. Dr. Schlafly has launched an accelerated path for TAP students in grade 7 and 8, very similar to what we're doing in math. So students in grade 7, TAP, are taking half of 7th grade, or all of 7th grade and half of 8th grade. And then in the 8th grade, they're taking a bridge course that better positions them for advanced classes once they hit the freshman level in high school. And then again, Dr. Paloma again successfully launched the Dual Language Power Up professional learning series that we will continue to do each year during the summer before the actual school calendar starts. We added an additional goal for emergent bilinguals. This is for the group of emergent bilingual. We are looking to increase the number of students that are gaining at least one proficiency level on the TELPAS by 3 percentage points. So if you remember, from the last report, we had 30% of our students that gained at least one proficiency level. This year, we're looking to push that to 33%. We have 34 EB specialists that are located on the campuses that help us target supports and services for EB students. We focus on content-based language instruction, and we are continuing to focus on high-quality instruction by aligning instruction to the speaking, listening, reading, and writing that you'll find on the TELPAS. In the area of SAT, we did meet this goal. We did exceed this goal last year. We had a 3% increase, a 7% increase in the area of reading. We are trying to push it even further by 2 more percentage points. That'd be 5 percentage points cumulatively over the last 2 years. And then the math goal from last year was a more broad goal, focusing on more than one grade level. We're going to narrow back down and focus specifically on grade 7 STAR Composite by increasing it by 3 or more points for that cohort of students. If you remember back to the achievement report a few months ago, that is, 7th grade is the only grade level in which we are ability testing. We only have on-level testers in 7th grade, so we're specifically responding to that challenge in our district improvement plan. Dave Sertivell has realigned and refreshed our curriculum in Algebra 1, as well as Dr. Schlafly. We are promoting strong usage of the Desmos calculator. The Desmos calculator is the embedded tool that already is there for the SAT. It's in there for the PSAT. It's also embedded in the STAR. We are also embedding this in our curriculum to ensure students are proficient and effective in the use of this tool throughout not only instruction, but also on assessment. And again, also in math, this is our first year in which we are in our initial year of using materials that are State Board of Education approved. We have 2 different sets of materials, KITM and also Curriculum and Associates. Science, again, we met this goal last year, but we're continuing to drive it forward, but in a more targeted way. So this goal is focused specifically on 5th grade science, looking to increase from a raw score of 56 to a raw score of 59 in the area of 5th grade science. Social studies, you'll see where we missed that goal last year, so now we have broken it down into 2. Number 1, specifically we're focusing on 8th grade social studies and looking to achieve a composite score of 56 across all campuses in the area of social studies for 8th grade students. And then specifically we added a goal 11 to focus on EB students and students in special education, their proficiency level in 8th grade social studies. Again, the target focus for this group is 8th grade. We are continuing to adapt to our new science TEKS, which includes science and engineering practices, cross-cutting concept, as well as the core disciplinary ideas of science, and then using what we call the 5E instructional model also in science. Our last goal, which I think is the most important goal, which I feel is the foundation for all of the achievement success that we have. We have broadened this goal to continue to include support and targeted support for challenging behavior on the campuses, but in addition, we have added student attendance as well as school safety. School safety led by Dr. Gutierrez, our attendance initiative led by Dr. Schindewolf, in combination with our sustained district-wide behavior coalition to supporting campuses with challenging behavior. We now have 7 behavior coaches that are located specifically on the campuses to support those campuses when implementing the supports and tools that we have developed. In this area, we're going to ask the teachers the same 5 questions. We saw remarkable growth last year from the beginning of the year to the end of the year, and we're looking for a 10-point composite growth in those 5 questions again for this year. Are there any questions that we can answer on the campus improvement plans or the district improvement plans?
Mr. McStravick?
So, Michael, if you could go back to the 23-24 goal, or excuse me, 24-25 goal, right, for the PSAT. I need to help me understand what you were saying there. We had a 3% growth, 7% of it in ELA, or 7. What were we? How did we do in math?
We the actual math, I don't have the composite was 3%. Math, Dave Sturdivell, he's not.
2?
He's not here. I have to look specifically.
Somebody's
to see
telling
what
me
it was.
2%.
Was it 2%?
Okay, so 2%, 3%. Okay, but ELA we had the 7. Okay, so this time you basically have redone a similar goal, and you want 2% increase, right?
An additional 2%, yes.
Yeah. Okay. And so we had seen 2% in math, and we saw 7% in ELA.
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Ms. Cracky?
Dr. Webb, I was going to ask about the student behavioral questions. You mentioned 2 new questions that were brand new.
I just featured those 2 questions, but we added 5.
Okay, you added 5, so the 2 is within the 5 that you mentioned at the very end of your, okay.
That is correct.
I was curious if any current classroom teachers were involved in the construction of the survey question itself.
Yes, so we had, the survey questions were developed by our district-wide behavior coalition. That's comprised of campus-based behavior coaches, counselors, and assistant principals.
Okay.
And this coalition is now in its 2nd year. In addition to the survey of asking the 5 questions, there also was an open-ended question. It says, just tell us what you want. What is it that you need? Rank what we have given you so far so we can better understand. So there was an open-ended question as well for teachers to give feedback.
That's great. I'm really excited to hear the 10-point, you're shooting for the stars, so that's great. I'm excited to hear the improvement for next year.
Mrs. Bass?
This is great, Dr. Webb. I think it's been about 10 years since I sat on a district improvement plan committee, and it's come a long way. I mean,
Pretty good.
It's 10, did you start this 10 years ago? I may have been on the very,
So it has been a requirement for beyond that.
Okay.
But I will tell you, that was one of the things that Mark White looked at me and said, we need to improve this. And he actually created our first, not our first plan, but the first one that I felt comfortable with, I will say.
Well, it's
And
come a long
it's just,
way.
the reiteration has just gone on and on and on. But it doesn't seem like it's been 10 years since that
oh, that
first
kind
one.
of dates me. I probably shouldn't have said that.
That's okay. Many of us didn't remember that day.
Yeah, several of us are remembering binders that we were given
Oh,
years
gosh.
ago.
Yeah.
Excel spreadsheets.
I have a couple questions for Dr. Munoz. Want to go to the slide where you talk about CTE.
Okay, just a second. You
Thank
can ask
you.
me your question and I'll get it pulled
I
up.
probably need a little help
Okay,
with
no
the
problem.
slide.
And right there.
Yeah, thank you. So on enhance high school CTE counselor coordination to improve CTE recruitment. One of the things that I found in discussing with counselors was that by the time a STEM interested student reaches the junior high level, it may be too late in some instances for them to fully pursue the STEM because of, other interests, other things, or they found out somewhere in high school, wow, I really like this science, technology, engineering, math, and it's too late because I need to follow the path of the portfolio. My ask would be to make sure we've got connectivity back to the elementary grades.
Yes, sir.
So that we're doing a better job, and I just got the invitation to the STEAM conference on October 25th, so thank you. But I feel like there's got to be some connectivity back to the elementary level to spark that interest. And that may exist. I didn't see it necessarily here, but I'd like to really underscore what I believe is super important.
It's
And I
actually
know
a
that's a
huge
vision
focus.
of Carla Sandoval in CTE, and we have started those tours or bringing kids down to the elementary level, so we will continue to strengthen that. Yes, sir.
Okay.
We see that importance as well.
Females in science, technology, engineering are underrepresented. So I would ask, as you guys look at how you're measuring CTE participation, you're also looking at it by male and female?
Very much so. I hear there's some great dissertations on that topic,
There
by the
is
way.
an amazing one.
I have heard that. Also, if you recall, those of you, if we're going to go back in time, Amanda, this first conference, my vision was it was an all-girls conference. I don't know how many of you remember that. And that was great. Families loved it, girls loved it, families of boys didn't. And so we made it, inclusive of everyone, but it really, we do continue to have some standalone opportunities for the young women to get engaged, get hooked, fall in love, and stay. So you're right, that's super important.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I don't know how many years, I'll need to go back to see how many years we've been doing that conference, but I know it was something really important many years ago that we wanted to start, and we did it. Do you remember, Dr. Shinif? It's been a while. The years start to blur.
Hey, real quick, I just kind of want to capitalize on something Amanda said. So, Martha, yeah, kudos to you and the team. I mean, you now have provided to us a format and a process for both campus improvement and district improvement, with Mark's help, to
Very much so.
to where we're able to look at it. You're presenting it to where we can understand it. It's not reams and reams of paper with the same words that were used last year. So I appreciate that, and kind of what you were saying, Amanda. It's so much better. It's so much more user friendly to us as a board to see what's going on and where you're drilling down on. So thank you again for the changes you've made over the years, and sometimes we take those for granted nowadays because we have processes and procedures and demonstratives that are very helpful. So thank you.
Thank you for that comment. I have to share that with OSL, led by Dr. Schindewolf, but certainly Mindy and George that work with everyone that's a part of Office of School Leadership. This isn't easy. They make it look easy. It's not easy. It's important, though. It's just as important as our strategic plan. It's integral with our strategic plan. So that warrants a big applause. Okay. All righty then. Thank you so much. Our final report for this evening is the intruder detection audit report finding. As you recall, board members, a majority of this conversation will be discussed in more detail in closed session. Led by Dr. Stephen Gutierrez, our Chief Operating Officer.
All right. Good evening, Dr. Salazar Zamora, President Pratt, members of the board. I'm here to provide an update regarding the district-wide intruder detection audit report finding. The Texas Education Agency conducted an intruder detection audit pursuant to legal requirements. 3 schools were reviewed in September, and a finding was identified at one of the 3 campuses. All corrective actions have been completed. Further details have been provided and will be discussed with the board in executive session for the purposes of safety and security. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes what we have for the agenda. Now we'll move on to a review of the business agenda for October 14th, 2025. We have no, well, I'll move on. Okay.
We have no public comments
Correct.
This evening on agenda or non-agenda items. So with that, let's get into the business agenda.
So we have, first item is a report, and our president, Dr. Michael Pratt, Board of Trustees President, will read out the required annual board training hours.
And I think we're good on that one. If there's
Okay.
anybody that
Tomorrow
has any
evening.
questions, just please get with Janice. if anybody's got any questions on where you stand.
Very good.
But we're looking favorable as individuals, so good job, everybody.
And thank you to the board members for doing that. You are elected officials, not paid employees, and I know there are a lot of hours represented, which means hours away from your families and doing other things you might enjoy doing a little bit more, perhaps. Next is the consent agenda as we continue our conversation and what we will discuss tomorrow evening. I want to bring one item to your attention. I would like us to make sure we're familiar with the consent agenda item for G. Do you want to? Yes. I want to point something out, not to pull it out necessarily, but just to have you understand what item G will be for tomorrow's consent agenda item. I believe we have just a slide or two, but want to make sure you fully understand item G. And if you're wondering what that item is, of course, it is approval of the proposed library material and donation acquisitions in accordance with EFB local. Dr. Webb.
Yes, this is the first time that you're seeing this specific item to approve acquisitions and donations on the consent agenda. This is as a result of the revised EFB local that was the result of legislation in this last legislative session. So EFB local, just a refresh, was approved by this board. The adjustments to EFB local was approved by this board in August. It did three major things. One, it shifted the authority from librarians to school boards for the ultimate approval of any book that we are attempting to acquire or any donation that we receive. Number two, it created new procedures for a book acquisition and challenges, which I'll describe in just a moment. But number three is that it expanded parents' rights and controls, increased the transparency that we have in how books are selected and how parents can customize their child's experience in the school library. There are three quick steps that really focus on how EFB has changed since the last legislative session. So first step is the identification of materials, the proposed acquisition and donations list. Our librarians compile a list of all books that are proposed to be bought or donated in accordance with the standards that are set by the state library and archive commissions and all additional standards that are expressed by this board in EFB local. We then take that list and we compile a public posting of all desired acquisitions, including donations. This public posting is on our website and allows parents 30 days to comment on any title that we are trying to acquire. Then the next step is moving to the Board of Trustees, and this is the agenda item under consent that you see here tonight. So we have compiled a board agenda item with a list of all of the titles that are being proposed for acquisition. We provided a summary of those titles, a brief description of any available reviews, and the number of public comments, if any. And then if any comments are made, then we'll give you a complete list of all the comments. The public comment portal is available to parents and to the community within 2 clicks. So this is our main webpage with the parent icon on the right-hand side. Parents or the community simply would click the icon. They would go to library services, click either acquisitions or donations, would take them to some background on what they are seeing, why they are seeing it, some of the law that requires it. And then they actually see the books that are going to be posted for that month. It requires them to sort by level, to sort by title, to sort by author, and then they would see the books that are being proposed, and then they have the ability to make public comment. So what to expect in the future? I think that we all should expect public posting of proposed acquisitions and titles every month. And then as a result, then you would expect to see a board item every month for the consideration of acquisitions and donations. Also, an adjustment to EFB was any book in a teacher classroom library also has to meet commission standards. And then also would need to go to this board for approval. So any book in a classroom library, teachers are inventorying them now. If they are in our current collection, they can remain in the classroom. If not, then we are considering that an acquisition and would publicly post it and then bring it to you for final approval. Also, what you can expect is a thorough review of each title submitted every month that we are bringing this item forward.
Okay, Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Webb. Just wanted for you to understand that was embedded within the consent agenda. Moving on with considered agenda as we continue our conversation about tomorrow evening. Of course, we will be seeking the approval of the 25-26 Tomball ISD CIP and DIP, campus and district. Next item is to approve the purchase of network infrastructure equipment for Tomball West High School from Datavox, and it is listed under the co-op contract number listed there for the amount of $1,507,693.59 using Bond 2021 funds. Next item is to approve the purchase of the student and staff technology devices from utilizing the purchase co-op as listed through TIPS in the amount of $433,934, and that, if you notice, is utilizing Bond 2025 funds. The next two items are about speech pathology. So the first one is approve a contract addendum with Pinwheel Therapy in the amount of $51,975 to add the second semester of this school year for SLP for a cost of $103,373. We do continue as a state, as a former SLP, this makes me very sad, but as a state, we do continue to see a bit of a shortage in this area, but we do want to make sure that even though there is a state shortage or national shortage, that our kids are not shorted on the time that they receive therapy. So this is part of that to ensure that does not happen. The second item is to approve a contract addendum with Jubilee Communication Therapy in the amount of $60,030 to add the second semester for the 25-26 school year for SLP services for a total amount of $118,755. You heard a lot from our CFO, and this is to next item G is to adopt the resolution approving the 25-26 investment broker dealer list for our district. Item H is adopt a resolution stating the board has reviewed the investment policies and strategies for the 25-26 school year and the designation of the superintendent, CFO, and director of risk management as investment officers for Tomball ISD. On I, we're asking for the adoption and resolution approving TASB, TASA, TASBO, or its local affiliates, TexPool and Region 4, as all investment training providers for the year. The next item is to approve the purchase of furniture items for the Creekside Park Complex 5-8 from School Specialty with a total cost of $647,120.09, not to exceed the furniture budget of $665,000, utilizing purchasing cooperative listed for Bonds 2021 funds.
Hey, Martha?
Let me interrupt too. Yep,
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
No, go ahead, Mike.
I was going to say, the board will notice that on item J, the superintendent is referring to Creekside Park Complex. In a future meeting, the superintendent will be bringing forth some naming choices for us as a board on how to officially name Creekside Park Complex, specifically the junior high piece and the intermediate piece. But for purposes of simplicity, we're referring to it as Creekside Park Complex, which is really the 5th grade edition.
Yes, sir.
So Martha, my question to you is, first off, I wanted to commend you again. Everything, all the backup material for all these other items have been great.
Good, thank you.
You addressed so many of my questions in some of the memos and paragraphs that your team put in there, so that was great. I did have a question about this kind of generally. So
The furniture.
Yeah, the furniture.
Okay.
So with respect to all that additional furniture that we were able to obtain through the purchase of the TIC. Have we distributed? I know some of the stuff we accessed and sold out, some of those, modular pieces. But how about other furniture? Is there anything that we still own that we can utilize, or have we accessed that, sold it out? What have we done there?
We've done a little bit of everything you're talking about. Some of it was sold. Many of the officer pieces, because remember, a lot of them were for office space, not office space type desks and cabinetry and those types of things. A bulk have been sent out to different campuses, upgrade perhaps from an aging piece of furniture.
Right.
We do have a little left, but it wouldn't be something like for an actual, because
Okay.
remember, it really didn't have any student type
Right.
equipment. But there may be a handful of desks left, if even.
There's still some of the
Yeah,
office
just a
space
few.
desks.
Yeah, more
but-
office type.
But nothing that would fit the spaces
Not
you're
compared to
talking
what
about.
you had seen at the beginning, which is fabulous, because that means many people were able to get
Sure.
an upgrade. And, and I will tell you, sitting at a desk that often, depending on which way I get out, will touch you a little on your leg, they just start to age. And mine is very original. I know, I've been told several times I need to take care of that. It's things get old and furniture is part of it. So we have upgraded several. Okay. Good question, though. Thank you. Item K is to approve the selection of PBK Architects as the architectural firm for the multi-program activity centers, remember, to be used for fine arts and athletics and other groups at Tomball High School, Tomball Memorial High School, and Tomball West High School, and authorizing the CFO to finalize contract negotiations using bond dollars 2025 funds.
Ms. Cracky, did you have a question on
Yes.
item?
Oh,
was
on
it J?
It was
J?
on J, yes.
Okay,
I
my
had a
apologies.
comment on J. I noticed that the bid is being recommended from the company called School Specialty, which is a Wisconsin company. And the other bid from Learning Environments is actually a Houston company. And the price of that was only 1% higher. So I would like to know, and perhaps just tomorrow is fine, but are there any other compelling reasons to choose the Wisconsin company other than just price? Because for a 1% difference, I would like to look at the Houston company.
I can answer that today because I was very involved in that. As a matter of fact, we took a team to the Dallas office of this company. We have a long history with School Specialty, and when you look at something such as this, but in particular, even like a high school or something like that, when you look at the bulk and the amount, you want to make sure that you're able to receive everything you need in a timely manner. They are the hub, let's say, may be there, but they've been in Texas. They've been in Tomball since well before I even arrived here. So I don't know much more than that. I don't really look at where their base is necessarily, but the furniture lab that we went to actually see it and feel it and sit took a team of about 8 different people up to the Dallas warehouse. It's a large, they are all very reputable. We didn't interview anybody that we didn't think could, but we don't necessarily just look at the price. History matters as well as the presentation that was made when they present, as well as references. So there's a number of things that we look at. Price is certainly one of them. We generally go with the lowest, but not always. References, history, but good question.
Did the rubric for the furniture evaluation include where they're located?
Shouldn't. I don't believe so.
If you guys could just follow up on, did the rubric contain any sort of location for X number of employees in the state of Texas?
No,
or
I don't recall
wherever
anything
their
like that.
headquarters location is? Okay. If you could supplement that for Mrs. Cracky, that'd be great.
Sure, absolutely. I've read K, and the final item is L, approve the 25-26 Texas Teacher Evaluation and Support Systems, or T-Test appraisers list, which you see frequently as we continue to add people to that. That concludes the meeting for tomorrow evening? Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
real quick, going back on that one, Martha, we had one name on
Yes.
that. Should that be like we're amending it to add someone? Because right now, the way this reads is almost like there's only one person.
Well, we're just, we're asking you to approve that person to the list. So
Okay.
we could look at the language. I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It
It's
almost looked like we
almost
were
like an
redoing
addendum.
it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. No, there are more than one.
So maybe we could put like additional or
Sure,
something.
I'll work with Holly on that. That concludes the agenda for tomorrow evening and our conversation. I'll pass this meeting back over to our president, Dr. Pratt.
Great, thank you, Dr. Z. Very robust set of reports and a lot to work through on the business agenda. At this time, I would like to, we're going to go into closed session, but before I do that, want to afford the opportunity for my fellow board members to make any comments during the board comment portion. Mr. McStravick.
Okay. So I just wanted to say, to all the principals, assistant principals that are here, and all administrators as well. But I've had the opportunity, to be at both of the homecoming parades this year, and it's just amazing to see our kiddos having so much fun, enjoying what they're doing. The participation rate from the young kids and their parents being excited to help do their floats or whatever. It was really great to see all the community spirit that goes all the way down the elementary schools and comes all the way back up to the high school. So I commend everyone for doing that. That's an adder to your list of job duties, and I appreciate you spending time doing it. So thank you. I think that's what kind of sets us apart from others.
Any other board members?
Yeah,
Mr. Lewandowski.
So, in looking at listening to the reports and looking at what we did tonight, a lot went on, and it was all good news. We talked about our investment report, our accountability financially, the work that Mr. Bowles and his group is doing to keep our financial success in line with our expectations, along with making everyone else or working with everyone else to assist in keeping our finances the way they are. So that was really great. We talked about our accountability report, and as far as the community goes, I think those two things are really indicative of what Tomball ISD is trying to do and what we want to do ultimately. We talked about multilingual programming, and we talked about the two-way and one-way, and I think that there's some more discussion on that. But in regards to that, I was at a recent event where one of our students, two-way bilingual students, came up to Dr. Z and held a fluent conversation.
Yes, he did.
I think it surprised her at first, but he did really well. Third-year student, I believe.
The only one in his family who speaks Spanish.
And so, those are all great things. And then we came and we talked about campus improvement plans. Basically, with the campus improvement plan and our district improvement plan, we kind of opened the curtain for everyone to see what goes into making this district what it is, and the hard work that you and your team do, that our campus leaders do, and most of all, of course, our teachers, who are where the rubber meets the road. They're doing an excellent job. I think we've been told that by Nish and other people. And, it's been a great night, and I think we've showcased what this district is and what it means. And basically, it means the success of our students. So I just wanted to comment on that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lewandowski.
Mrs. Cracky.
I attended the kickoff luncheon for the new Loving Houston program a couple of weeks ago. I wanted to mention that. I'm very excited about that program. For anyone who may not know what Loving Houston is, it's going to pair each of our campuses with a church that will bring volunteers into the campus and provide an organization mechanism, I suppose, for doing that. And I think that's going to go a long way to support our adding to the mission statement of partnering with the community. So I think that's really great. And I noticed on the website next week there's a meeting I think you're hosting for faith-based leaders. I imagine the Loving Houston program will be a big part of that meeting.
They're invited to it.
Yes.
So it's something that I've been doing for several years. I invite all of the leaders of all faith community members, and I invite them to come and listen, and they have been added to the list of those that have been coming for years. So we're very excited that we're able to partner with Loving Houston. I think they will be, as you said, an addition to all the great things we've already been doing.
Yes. So my ask is everyone in the room and everyone listening to invite your pastor or faith leader to that meeting next week, right? Because they can receive an email, right? But it's so much more, a personal invitation is much better.
Absolutely. We put it out there and but anyone else that hasn't heard about it, actually start the day with realtors. The first people to hear about families coming to our community, we want to make sure they're armed with all the great information you heard tonight. And then we go from realtors to our faith-filled, faith-based community. Can't go wrong on a day like that.
Mrs. Salem.
Just one thing, I think what highlighted tonight, yes, we have great programs and great plans in place, but what's most important is our people and our staff that work here. They are what make the difference and make us a great district. Because without the people, they're the heartbeat.
Yeah, I could not agree with you more.
Everything that they do.
And I think they would echo in saying, we appreciate a supported board, a cohesive board that are here rowing in the same and right direction. We appreciate that. We never underestimate that. You can look to the left and you can look to the right and you can see that's not always the case. That's important here. That's the foundation of Tomball, I believe.
Consistency, stability,
Intentionality.
intentionality are the three words I wrote down as my summary for the evening, so great job. Okay, if no other comments at this time, the board will now convene in a closed meeting for the purposes authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act, including but not limited to the following sections and purposes. Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with board attorney regarding all matters as authorized by law. Texas Government Code 551.072, deliberation regarding purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation regarding appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. And Texas Government Code 551.076, deliberation regarding security personnel or devices. I need to check with legal counsel. All of those Texas government codes enable us to have a discussion about the superintendent's appraisal? Okay, thank you. No voting will take place in the closed meeting. Any action the board wishes to take as a result of discussions in closed session will take place after the board reconvenes in the open meeting. It is now 8:06 p.m. Central Time. We are now moving into closed session, board. Thank you.
Security.
Sorry. The board will now reconvene in open meeting. The time is 9:53 p.m. We've already had our board comments, and so Martha, can you give us 2 minutes or less of kind of how this week is playing out and kind of what our students are doing and as we prepare for Friday?
Yes, I'd be happy to. It's exciting when we think about what the Patriotic Show means to our community. Families have come to this event year after year. As their families grow, they continue to come and tell their other friends and people from other communities. It's really an incredible event and one that I think every year we outdo ourselves, I feel like. And so leading up to it, we never want to forget what it actually means when we think of veterans and thanking everyone that has served in any branch. We make sure that our students are reminded and have activities and conversations as we celebrate the people who served. All of our veterans, again, in every branch, whether they're still active, whether they have not served for many years, just the fact that we want our whole community, but most importantly, that our students recognize what serving means. And so many activities building up to people coming in to speak to our students, our own teachers speaking to our students, reports being made and different activities through our arts, and very excited it's the culmination of our next Patriotic Show as two of our high schools play each other in I think in a family game. I understand that only one team can win, and I root for a team. I root for a Tomball team to win every year. And you know what? Every year a Tomball team has won. So a lot of activity. That's a very political response.
A Tomball team will win halftime as well.
That absolutely. And if you haven't seen the performances, this is exceptional. I mean, it brings all the patriotic feelings to your heart. It's just an experience.
The district will win, you bet.
The district will win. I like that. The district will continue to win. It's definitely a must-see.
Well, Martha, thank you in advance for what I know you and your team are preparing for a very special evening, Friday night, this coming Friday. So, if no other board members have comments, I will seek a motion for adjournment.
So move. Second.
A motion was made by Mr. Lewandowski, seconded by Mrs. Salem. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hand. Motion carries unanimously. The meeting is adjourned at 9:56 p.m.